These videos are for educational purposes only. I'm not selling anything or promoting the sale of vape products on this channel. You must be of legal vaping age 18 to 21, depending on where you are in the world, to view this video. Sit back, relax, and I hope you enjoy the content.
How's it going, guys? How are we doing this week? Welcome to this week's episode of the Build and Chill. I appreciate all of you that's here. How are we doing? How's everybody's week been? And who have we got with us today? Can you hear me? How is the sound? Is the sound good? Got a new mic. So hopefully it'll last the whole stream without me having to switch out to another mic. So what are we guys on? What are you vaping on? Thanks for joining, guys. So let's see if my on-screen chat's working. So hi Lee Swetnam, hi Aussie Cook, how we doing? That's good, thank you. Does it sound any different compared to my old mic? Does it sound better? The same? So guys, I haven't got anything alcoholic to drink tonight, and the reason why is I've been having problems with my shoulder, so I'm on some very strong painkillers. So I'm not going to mix the two, strong painkillers and alcohol. So I've just got a soft drink, which is a Lucozade today. That's what I'll be drinking. So I don't know what's wrong with my shoulder at the moment. Arm feels really, really heavy. Don't forget to check out the poll in the chat as well. We've got a couple of builds in the chat with the poll, so get your votes in for the poll. So we're currently on 50-50. We've only got a couple of people in at the moment. Thanks, Aussie Cook. Sounds great. I appreciate that. Right. So let me go through what I'm vaping on tonight. So same again, I'm still using the Pulse AIO with the V2 vessel in there. Just like that. And an ODB booby wrap. In that one, at the moment, a bit weird with dessert flavours at the moment. And I don't know why, because dessert flavours are my ADV. But I've been liking a lot of, let's get that on there. Been liking a lot of fruit flavours as well. So in this one, I'm actually vaping my wife's juice, which is Lobotomy from Dark Star. Just there, that's what I've got in that one. Like a lemon sherbet, that sort of thing. Lobotomy, it's a lemon sherbet. No ice, but very refreshing. I'm vaping it in this because it's slightly higher milligram than what I'm used to vaping, a 50-50 as well. So hence that I'm doing that, and it's got a nice kick. Still rocking last week's build, the Wasp Nano on the Pulse Squonk OG. Now, compared to last week's live stream, I did tweak the wraps a bit just so it hit a bit better. So I did take a couple of wraps off that. And it's not working at all because I ain't connected it. But yeah, it's hitting a lot harder, and the flavour is a lot nicer as well on the juice, and it's ramping up a lot quicker. Tasty. And in that is just my G14 classified juice, custard based juice that I'm using. And that's it, guys. So let's have a look. Are you talking about the lobotomy, Lee Swetnam? If you're talking about lobotomy, yeah, it's a lemon sherbet. So let me get that off. So I am looking at two screens, so you will find me veering off the camera, so I do apologize, and also make everything thing I'm on my big screen, I've got what's coming through my phone, and then obviously my laptop, obviously what's going on through YouTube and stuff. Yeah, it's really nice. I mean, like I say, I'm not a fruity vapor. I'm more of a dessert vapor for my ADV, and just at the moment, I'm getting sort of like vapor's tongue with it and not enjoying them, but I am enjoying this. So like I say, guys, there's a poll in the chat, so get your votes in, whoever's watching. So what's ahead at the moment is the 10-ply staple stag. I have been practicing both. I got on a lot better with the multi-core staggered, and sort of hit and miss with the staple stag. So it'll be interesting today to find out if it goes well. So because of the build, the two builds that I've chosen is a big coil, so it's going to be low ohms, so I'm going to need a big fat coil, and then obviously something big to obviously build it in. So what I'm going to rebuild is I want to rebuild the turnstone, just because it's got a nice big deck, wide space to put your coils and stuff, and I think it'll shine really, really good, because I do prefer an alien in this particular one. So later on, depending on how far the live goes, I might build something retro, something that just needs like a round wire sort of build on it, but that's what I'm building because I need something big for the coil that I'm building. Nightbot will be doing its round, so don't forget to like, subscribe, do all that good stuff, and to follow me on my socials, FaceTube, Facebook and Instagram. And there's also a link to buy me a coffee if you wish to do so. It helps out with the channel, and it also gets pumped back into the channel. So ahead so far is the SSFC. So let that run just a bit longer, and I will adjust the camera and get you where I need you to be. So appreciate you all the regulars and stuff like that. So let me get you. So normally I would go up and close with obviously what I'm building on and stuff like that, but obviously you know what I'm building on, so I'm not going to show it in too much detail. So let me get you in a position where you can see me a lot better and you can see what I'm doing as well. There we are. So I'm not going to go into too much detail of what I'm doing. Obviously, if you've joined my lives before, obviously you know what drill I'm using, what swivels I'm using and all that. So I won't go into detail with that. I will just get on with it. So let's have a look. So the 10-ply stag is still in front. So I did do a bit of preparation beforehand because it can get a bit boring. You see me do the same thing. So obviously with me doing a staggered build, I did do a bit of preparation for the live, which I've already got 3 pieces there that are already staggered Claptons at 3 pieces there. Okay, so I do have an empty piece here that I will stagger and obviously show you how to do it, or how the way I do it and achieve it really, really well. And like I say, because of the size of the RDA and obviously the size of the coils I'm going to need, it's going to ohm really, really low. So what I'm sort of heading for is a 4mm coil, around about 8 wraps. And I think that's going to be, it's probably going to be about 007, 006 maybe in resistance. So I need something big. You know, plenty of surface area and plenty of wraps and stuff like that. But I have been practicing. If you've been following me on social media, you know I've been practicing. So I will show you this. This is a quad core staggered fuse Clapton, just there, that I did. So if you followed me on my socials, you probably see me post this one. But yeah, it came out right good after a third attempt as well, because preparation also with this one is important as well. So have a quick vape. So I'm going to need quite a bit of wire to obviously achieve that 4mm diameter and 8 wrap. I'm going to need about 14 to 15 centimeters of wire piece roundabout. And that's just for one coil. So I will be obviously utilizing these pieces here because I'll obviously need to do two main builds on there. So let me get set up with stuff. So you know, as normal, what this is and what it isn't. If you don't, or you're just jumping in, or you're watching the replay, obviously just ask questions and I will answer the best I can. And obviously I try and get back and comment to everybody that comments on my videos and stuff and shorts. I like to get back to you. So like I say, feel free to ask questions, or like I say, just look me up on social media. On Instagram, and just drop me a message and I'll help you the best way I can. I also get help off other people. Some of my viewers give me tips as well. And then also a few coil makers have also given me tips as well. So big shout out to them. You know who you are. So grabbing my swivel time. So I'm going to need some tools, obviously. I'm going to need some cutters. I will need some nylon pliers, probably for this build, definitely. If you don't have nylon pliers, just use some normal pliers without no teeth. You'll more or less get the same sort of outcome. It's just that with a metal piece of pliers, it can damage the way your wire looks on your build also. So like I say, a bit of pre-preparation as well, because I'm assuming nobody wants to see me do 4 pieces of wire staggered already. So I've got 4 already set up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stagger this wire. And then once I've staggered this wire, I will prepare my ribbon wire as well. So I'll need 2 sets of ribbon wire. So what I'll do is I'll prepare them as well after I've done this staggered as well. So it's going to be quite long and quite intricate as well, but obviously your preparation is what gives you the best outcome for your build. So I'm using a flat chuck as I always do. It just makes it easier for me to get my wires in. If you haven't got obviously a flat chuck and you've just got a normal chuck, just bend the end of your wires out depending on what you're doing and feed it into your chuck, into the teeth of your chuck, plain and simple. I will be needing some of these. It just helps me to see better and closer to the wire as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to end this poll now in the chat, and it's the 10-ply SSFC coil that I'm doing. Right, let me get my magnifiers on. So this helps me because my eyesight isn't great, and it helps me to get obviously a closer look at the wire and what I'm doing. So hopefully this mic as well will drown out the background noise to my drill and everything. And I hope everything's nice and crisp and clear. So I've got a piece of wire already prepped here. I've got an L on this side and then also an L on this side. This is obviously to stick out of my chuck to mount my wire on. And then that's obviously bent to obviously attach to my swivels. So let's get this mounted up and get going, and I'll show you how I do my staggered, because there's different ways to do it. Everybody has got their own method. This is just the way I do it, but I have tried all the different methods and just chosen the one that is best works out for me. And this way it works out for me a lot easier. So I suppose I'm not that prepared, am I? I forgot to clean the wire off my swivels. So I'm just going to do that, guys. Just so these little bits don't become problematic while I'm building. Where's my pliers? That's one piece. That's two pieces. And these are just the ends of the pieces that are prepared in front of you. Because like I say, you don't want to see me stagger 4 wires because we'll be here all night. So I'll just do the one. Right. Now that that's sorted, I'm going to mount this end obviously in my swivel. Obviously you want to have enough wire as well for your build as well. So like that. So these new swivels that I've got, if you've been watching my previous lives, have been working really well, extremely well. I haven't had any issues with them. So far so good. I'm just going to tighten that up a tidgy bit more, like that. So you want it loose, but not too loose. I'll let that go just a little bit. So you want a bit of play in there, like that. And then obviously you want to make sure that your swivels are moving, which they are, which is perfect. So with a staggered, as any staggered build, you're wrapping all the same way. It's not like an alien where you have to wrap an opposite way to the way you feel comfortable. So whichever direction you're comfortable in wrapping, you use that direction throughout this build. So I like wrapping over the top, so that's the way I'm going to keep it. So let's get some wire. So obviously my core wire is 26 gauge NI80 from Stealth Vape, and then for my staggered I'm using 36 gauge NI80 is what I'm going to be using for the staggered part. So let's get set up and I'll show you how I do my staggered. So I'll get you in close, just about there, which should be good. Can I get you focused in there and locked in? Get you a bit more closer there, like that. So I'm just gonna lock that in. Dion, how we doing, brother? Thanks for joining. Right, so like I say, I've got a little L there. That just helps me to mount my wires and keep them all nice. I will be utilising this, as you can see, in a minute. So what I'm going to need is, I'm going to need a piece of wire to use for my stagger along there. So whatever wire that you're using to stagger, obviously you need a piece to give you that stagger, that spacing, that even equal spacing of the same wire going across. So all I'm going to do with my 36 gauge is just pull one turn of wire off there, and then I'm just going to cut that off. So I'm going to use this for the staggered bit, and I'll show you what I mean in a minute. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to get my wire mounted and ready so we can get the stagger going. So all I'm going to do is going to mount my wire same way I would any other time. I'm doing a staggered fuse clap turn, a fuse clap turn, a clap turn, or even doing a decal for an alien. I'm just going to mount my wire here, like that, wrap it round a couple of times, just to lock that in. I'm going to turn that just so I can slam that, move that tail out the way as well. So to start off, all I'm going to do is do a few wraps, just normal Clapton wraps, and then I'm going to space it out like that, slightly, like that. So, and then I'm going to use these just to rest my spool in there. So, I want to try and get that focused as best as I can so you can see. Let's go into a bit of manual focus here. Try and get this bang on, and so you can see this wire. So there we are, that's a bit clear. So as you can see, I've got a little bit of a stagger going on there, just a rough stagger, which is all I need just to get set up. So with my piece of wire that I've got here, which is what I'm going to be using for my spacing, is what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap this wire twice around here in the spaces of these spaces that I've made. Okay, so you can wrap it around once if you want. You can wrap it around twice or even 3 times if you wish to do so. I've done it the 2 and 3 times way, and it works a lot better. If you do the 1 loop method and have something hanging from it, which is what I'm going to be doing, I'm going to have a weight hanging from it, it can jump with a single one. So I tend to wrap it round, hence why I make a slight stagger just there, just to get me going, so I can mount the staggered bit here. So I hope you understand what I've just said. I'm going to zoom you out a bit just so I've got a bit of extra room to do what I'm doing here. So let me just, boom, get that back out there. So you saw the staggered bit that I've done there, and I'm just going to set up this piece just here. So very, very carefully. This bit can be fiddly, but just be patient. So I'm just going to line my wire very carefully between that first wrap, and then I'm going to wrap that round. So I've got 2 wraps around that spacing, and then I'm going to pull. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to pull there. I know you can't see clearly what I'm doing, but I've wrapped it round twice there. I've got both wires next to each other. I'm just using my pliers, and I'm going to twist. So I want to lock this end in so it's closed, because obviously I'm going to be hanging something down from this loop here. I'm going to be hanging it down just to get that stagger going. So what I do is I just do a couple of them, bring it down, and then bend it over like that. So bend it and then twist again. This just helps lock everything in like that. So now you've got a wrapped around there. I'm just going to slide my tweezers through the hole just here. So let me get you back in close just there. See if I can get you in just there. Get you some manual focus going on here. So like I say, preparation is major with this one. So there we are, about there. So I know it's not completely clear, but you get a gist of what I am saying. Or I hope you get the gist of what I'm saying. If not, feel free to ask questions. So like I said, I'm just going to put my tweezers through there just to get that loop open. And then in that loop, I'm just going to hang something heavy, which is basically this. Okay, you don't want something too heavy, it's going to drag it. You just want it to hold that staggered wire in place, is all you want it to do. So I do pull down a bit just to make it all flush, like that. But then being very, very careful with my feeding wire. So there we are. Michael Mickey 3D, thanks for joining, my brother. I appreciate it. So I'm just going to let that hang just there. So this is the part where you need to be extremely careful and you need to take your time doing as well. So let me get you a bit closer there. So you can see what I'm doing. Let me get that focused in there a bit better. There we are. So at this stage, you want to make sure that your feeding wire, or the wire that you're doing your staggered, is as 90 degrees possible as anything. You want it 90 degrees. You don't want it leaning in any way, shape or form, because then it's going to make your staggered go a bit weird. And then when it comes to your final wrap, you might have problems. You want these wraps straight. So what I tend to do is so I'm not going to that leaning thing, I lean just slightly towards the drill, ever so slightly, about a hair. Just ever so slightly back towards the drill, depending on which side your drill is. I just lean a bit back just to make sure those staggered bits are nice and straight. If they are nice and straight, when it comes to doing your final wrap and fusing them all together, then the wire should just fall in between them and sit nice and flat for you. If you start doing this with your wire or going ahead, your gaps or your spacing is going to be bigger, and then obviously your build is going to look inconsistent, which could happen with this build, with my build. Alex, thanks for joining. Good evening, mate. So got my wire set up, got a bit of a stagger going, threaded my wire twice around the spacing of the wires that I've made to obviously make that staggered. And then obviously if I'm going at slightly a bit higher speed, that single wire is not going to jump. So again, wrapping the way you're comfortable. You're wrapping the same way with this one. You're not wrapping one way, then wrapping a different way. At the end, you're wrapping all the same way. So let's get going. So like I say, 90 degrees, or like I say, slightly leaning, slightly more towards your drill, just slightly. Just a fraction, a hair fraction is all you need. And then get going. So start off slowly, just to make sure you get your spacing going. And then you can, once you get going, is basically let it rip. Now I know you can't see much because it's obviously bouncing about a bit and looking a bit fuzzy, but I will get you a close-up of this staggered. But because I've got my binoculars on, I can see that the spacing is perfect. Now if you came to one of my previous lives ages ago, I did struggle with the spacing on this, and I don't know why, but obviously I've been practicing makes perfect, and even me that's been doing this for years, I've struggled with this build. So you just want to make sure that there's no jumping, all your spacing is nice and consistent. So I'm just going to stop there, and I'm going to just zoom you guys out just so you can see what I'm doing, or a better view of what I'm doing. Let me unlock that, and then I'm just going to carry on. If you have to stop, that's fine. Just start slowly and then speed up. Like I say, definitely keep that 90-degree angle or just a hair towards your drill as you go. Just make those nice top bits of your staggered nice and straight. So when it comes to the final wrap, then bam, you should be good. I hope my new mic is drowning out the sound of the drill. So if it is, just let me know so I know it's on the same setting. You shouldn't be able to hear the drill at all. So I'm not going to go all the way to the end of this wire. I'm going to leave a space just here. And the reason why I'm leaving the space is I'm leaving enough for when it comes to that final wrap, a bit of roll off as well. Because like any Clapton or fuse Clapton or anything that you're doing like this, soon as I cut it, it's going to recoil a bit. So it's going to recoil a bit. So you probably won't see it, but just keep an eye here. When I cut, this should just spring back just a hair. You hear the drill very loud? Okay. Thank you, Alex. I've obviously got it on, or my new mic on a different setting. So let me just have a quick look. So let me try that setting. See how that works. So what I'm going to just do, guys, is I'm going to obviously cut it off. It has rolled back about a centimetre, it's rolled back. And then I'm just going to cut that off. I won't need that. Obviously, I've used it. Can't really use it as a piece of scrap wire. And all that. So there is a bit of a space just here. So let me get you in there. So, Pro camera, there we are. Let's get some. So as you can see there, very faint. That's the end of the staggered there. It did spring back a bit, but I didn't go all the way to the end just because I need a bit of roll off if need be, because it springs back so the stagger goes a bit shorter than what you need. But as you do your final wrap, that will move. So obviously I need some wire for it to run off. But this is springy and it will move slightly, which is what you want as well. But now you just have to be very, very careful with this wire now. So let me get you out here so you can see. Boom. So that's how I did my staggered fused Clapton. Now all I'm going to do is I'm going to cut this end off, and then very, very carefully I'm going to loosen this off. Like that. This camera is, come on Henry. Definitely move it there, move it there. Right. So as you can see, there is a staggered or spacing there. Bit better there. So you need to be very careful with these wires now. You don't want to stretch it or disrupt it in any way, because you don't want those wraps to stretch in any way. So guys, you could hear the drill. Now I've changed my setting on my drill. Just let me know if the drill dies out. So technically now, a couple of seconds, they shouldn't hear the drill. Let me know if you hear the drill or not, or if it's louder than what it was before. Because that setting I had on it originally should have been the noise cancelling setting, but I might have been wrong. Instructions were in Chinese. So, oh, the sound is the same. Wow. Where are we? Okay. So this new mic that I've got, I'll have to see how it goes. Or maybe I'm too close, maybe, I don't know. I have got my mic on my camera, but we'll see how that goes anyway. Have a quick vape. Anyway, we'll work anyway. We'll work with the sound anyway. We'll see how it goes. Now, I've got my, as I showed you up close to that piece, those other three pieces are exactly the same. Okay, so they're exactly the same, staggered, same sort of length-wise as well, same length. So I will need that wire again. So let's set up two separate pieces of ribbon wire. Let's get that sorted. So let me just temporarily move this out of the way, just so I've got a bit of extra room. And then I'll put it back. I just want extra room so you can see what I'm doing with the ribbon wire. So 26 gauge core staggered with 26 gauge core, sorry, staggered with 36 gauge. I'm going to be using a 0.4 ribbon. So same stealth wire, nichrome 0.4 ribbon wire, which is there, which is nice. So for 10 ply, obviously I need 10 pieces of ribbon stacked. So I'm going to be pulling out 5 long pieces, about 60 centimeters. Where are we? Yeah, about 60 centimeters of ribbon wire, 5 pieces, which then will be folded in half, which will give you the 10 piece. And I'll be doing that twice. So it will take a bit of time, so you're just going to have to be patient and stick with me. So I do appreciate it. So I'm not going to stretch it on the spool because it's ribbon wire. I want to stretch it after because I don't want to mess up the ribbon wire that's already on there. If you're lucky enough, you might get slightly better wire that comes off your spool in a straight line. But I will be straightening these pieces of ribbon wire. So I'm just going to get my end off there like that. I don't want this crappy bit here on the end, so I will be cutting that off. I'm using scissors because I want a nice clean cut from the ribbon wire. I don't want no Appreciate that. Thank you. Lee, Alex, Mike. Yeah, thank you. Well, like I say, we'll work with it. We'll see how it goes. So, I'm going to pull off 10 pieces. So I've got 5 pieces for the 2 separate pieces of wire. So, I'm going to roughly measure out. So I like to have extra, obviously, for chuck and stuff like that. So I'm just going to lay that there nicely. So what I might do is I might do 1/5 and then see how it goes, because I don't want all this messing up on me. So again, another nice piece of ribbon wire. Like I say, I like to have extra. Just for chuck, and then obviously cleaning up, getting all the ends nice and level and even as well. So that's 2. So I'm going to set up probably, I'll set them all up if I can. So that's 3. So 4. So you want to be very careful with your ribbon wire. You don't want to kink it or anything. So like I say, I'll probably do 5 pieces set up and then do another 5 pieces, just so I haven't got a whole load of ribbon wire here and then it all getting tangled and everything. So I'll set up 5 pieces, then I'll set up another 5 pieces. There we are. So, like I say, I'm not going to straighten I don't want to straighten these wires on the spool, because obviously it's ribbon wire. If it's round wire, that's something completely different. Round wire, you can pull on the spool. But it's not really advisable to stretch ribbon wire on the spool, just in case it messes up your wire that's already on the spool, basically. So, very carefully, I'm going to grab a piece of ribbon wire. I will need 2 pliers for this. So, just be patient, take your time. Okay, like I say, it's a lot of preparation that you will need, and this is basically what makes or breaks your build that you are doing. So take your time, there's no rush. So I'm just going to feed one end into my pliers like that. I want to run my finger down so it stays nice and straight. Obviously I don't want it turning in any way or getting twisted in any way, because then when it comes to the pull, it'll pull nice and straight. So I'm just going to grab it and then I'm just going to pull it slightly and then let go. And there, as you can see, you've got a nice straight piece of ribbon wire. So I'm just going to grab another piece and do exactly the same. So this is the part of the build that will take you time and will take time. But you've just got to stick with it. Like I say, it's what makes or breaks your build, is your preparation work. If you take time with your preparation, your build should come out bang on. So again, just going to very gently grab it, give it a little tug. You don't have to give it a big tug, it just has to be a little tug, and that will straighten it out straight away. So appreciate you guys being here and being patient. Don't forget to hit that like button. Helps the video and all that jazz. So I am off camera. I'm just making sure that I insert that wire nice and straight. Hence why I use my magnifying glasses. Just to make it easier for seeing the wire. Give it a little tug, just a little tug. Boom. Boom. So, again, in your pliers, pull it straight, making sure it hasn't twisted or bent. If that happens though, while you are doing that, so as you can see there, there's been a little bit of a twist going on just there. Just very, very carefully take it out. And again. This is more or less the fiddly bit. And then again, just give it a little stretch. So that's my fourth piece, and then the fifth piece. And then we'll get them all combined and we'll get going. And then when it gets doing the second coil, I'll do it again, just so you're not sitting through me doing all this again. Gaming Vapor, nice to see you. Not a problem, mate. There's no problem being late. I just appreciate you making it. And again, just give it a pull. There we are. So you've got nice 5 pieces of ribbon wire stretched and all straight, ready to bend in half to make the 10 ply. So guys, it's a bit warm in here, guys. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to open the window. Warm and sweaty there. So now we've got all our ribbon wire nice and straight. Let me get you up here like that and straight. And make sure everything is focused in. So we've got our staggered portions there. We've got our 5 pieces of ribbon wire, which we're going to fold in half to make 10 pieces of ribbon wire. Now, let's get to stacking them. Now, this can be fiddly. You just got to work with it, okay? They will eventually sit nicely together. You just got to be very gentle and delicate with it. That's all you need to do. So I'm going to very carefully grab one end of ribbon wire using my binoculars. I just want to push all the wire level and straight like that. Then I want to just get into the center. So already straight away, that has stacked and sat on top of each other. So what I'm going to do is, as you can see slightly, all these ends are all flapping about together. So what I use is, you can use water, you can use spit. I know these are my coils, but I don't really like using spit. So I just use a bit of base mix, VGPG mix in this sponge here that I just dab my finger in and wet like that. And then all I'm going to do is with my finger is I'm going to pull it down like that. And what you'll find, just a couple of times, what you'll find is all your wires come together and stay together. So these stacked probably a lot easier. There is quite a few pieces of ribbon wire there. So it's probably helped with the stacking of the wire. And again, just rub it down once, rub it down twice, and they're all together and stacked nice and neat. So I'm going to run my fingers down the end. What I'm doing is I want to make sure that this end is nice and flush, hence why I like extra wire and stuff for cleaning up on the ends. So again, I'm using scissors just for a cleaner cut. And then again, I'm going to run my fingers down to the opposite end and do exactly the same. I'm just going to clean those ends up so everything's nice and flush. Making sure I'm still in camera so you guys can see me. So again, just going to rub my fingers down. And you want something that looks a bit like that. So gaming vapor, I did have a poll on. It was a choice between a 4-core staggered fuse Clapton or an SSFC. So a staple staggered fuse Clapton. So this is what I'm doing now. So I'm just doing my ribbon wire and doing that. So because of the build, it's going to ohm low, so I'm going to be rebuilding my turnstone RDA because that has the room and everything that I need, obviously for the build as well, because it's going to ohm right low, this build. So I'm just going to get to the end and then I'm going to bring these two ends together more or less level like that, and then very carefully run my finger up, creating a loop, and that's just basically my center point just there. Or it was my center point just right there. There we are. Center point. So it can be a bit fiddly. Don't worry. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to obviously bend them together and squeeze them together, which is what I want to do. I want to get them together and run my finger down again. So when you're pushing it together, you're wanting it to obviously sit on top of each other, stacked like that. You want it stacked. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be using a combination of hot glue and wire just to bind it. Don't worry about this tail end at the moment. You're just concentrating on this top end, just here. So I'm just going to grab a bit of old wire. So any of my old wire I keep for these purposes, just for binding. So I'm just going to use some wire and I'm going to bind that together with the wire to begin with. And then I'll add some hot glue to it just to keep it all nice. So Now that I've got some wire there, I'm just going to use my toothless pliers just to flatten it down slightly. Nothing too major. I'm just giving it a little pat down. And then I'm going to chop that off. And hopefully I haven't lost it. No. Like that. So I've bounded this end with some wire. Like that. Still all nicely stacked. So I know I'm off camera here, guys. I'm just finishing off this bit here and just cutting off any excess like that. So now that I've got that wire bound together, I'm going to use some hot glue just to keep everything nicely in place. So you don't have to do this. I'm just using it as extra precaution for me, because obviously I'm live and I want this build to go as well as possible. So just a stick of hot glue that you can buy fairly cheap from your local store. Just refills for glue guns. This is all it is. So I'm just going to heat it up. And then just going to dab a little bit on there. And then all I'm going to do as well is I'm going to add a bit of heat as well. And all that does is it just gives it that extra bit of binding. It'll go straight into the wire and in between the wire. So like that. Wait for it to dry. So that is my first bit of the preparation. Now I'm going to do the opposite end as well. I'm going to do exactly the same. Just blow a bit of vapor on it. It'll make it nice and cold and set. So that has set now. So I'm just going to carefully run my fingers down. I can show you here that just running my fingers down, all my ribbon is stacked, which is what I want. So I'm just running my fingers all the way down. You will have to do this a few times just to get everything nice and taut and in place. Everything should sit together nicely. So I wanted to get as close to the end as possible. I just want to get that done. So guys, my decided to disconnect from my TV, so just give us a second. There we are. There we are. And I'm back. So to the end like that. Come on, Henry. So to the end like that, which again, I'm going to cut nice and flush. I want to cut it nice and flush. And then again, I'm going to grab it from this end and run my fingers down it, making sure everything's nice and taut and nothing's going anywhere. And again, I'll be binding this end with some wire and some hot glue just to keep all this ribbon wire in place. And I'll try and do it without bending the wire as well. So cutting this end, I did mess up slightly. So like I say, preparation is important. Keep the preparation nice, and then you won't mess up in any way. So with my piece of scrap wire, again, I'm just going to bind this end with some wire, put some wraps around there. To get that locked in. So I've just wrapped the wire around there. So what I'm going to do is that's not going to come apart now. Again, I'm just going to run my fingers down just to help get it nice and taut like that. And then I'm going to use my flat pliers just to flatten that down. Chop that off like so. And again, I'm going to chop that end off just to be safe. And then again, I'm just going to bind this end with a little bit of glue, not a lot, just a little, because I'll be binding the staggered part, obviously, to it with wire and a bit of glue as well. So I don't need a lot of glue on this side. I just need enough just to bind it. And then I'm just going to introduce a little bit of heat. And all that does is just suck it into the ribbon. Blow some vapor on it. It'll cool it down. So that is still wet. There we are. So that piece of ribbon wire is now set and ready to go. So that end's bound and ready. So that's my piece of wire for the first coil, or piece of ribbon for the first coil. Wow, it is warm, or I am warm for some reason. Like I say, very intricate and very fiddly, but you need to obviously stick with it and take your time. It isn't a rush. And then you'll get obviously better results from your build as well. Right, guys, let's have a little two on the Wasp Nano. Like I say, after revising the wraps on here, I did take 2 wraps off it from last week's stream. And it's kicking a lot nicer and tasting a lot better. Really is a nice little tasty flavour banger, is the Wasp. Really nice. Right, so now that I've got all that ready, I will need to now get my staggered frames on there. So I just want to obviously make sure everything's nice and straight like that. So let me get you in just a little bit closer. There we are. So you can see me a bit better. So I'm going to be very, very careful. So I'm going to grab one piece of my staggered and just give it a little measure, which is fine. So all I'm going to do is very, very carefully, because I've got a leg on this part. Obviously, I don't want that leg on there. So I'm going to very, very carefully, I'm going to cut the end of that off like that. And then I'm going to grab another piece and do exactly the same. So this is my second piece that is staggered, and then I'm going to do exactly the same. Willy Wonk, how we doing? Thanks for joining, my brother. I appreciate it. And then again on this one, I'm going to do exactly the same. I'm just going to chop that L off. There we are. So I've got my two staggered frames just there. So this is where it can get a little bit complicated and fiddly, because obviously your staggered part or your staggered frames here, you don't want to be touching them, and well, obviously you need to touch them, but what I mean is you don't want to be handling them too much that you move or disrupt the staggered wire that's on the core. So you're going to have to be very extremely light-handed, obviously, with them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick up my ribbon wire like that, and then, like I say, it is extremely fiddly. I'm going to carefully pick one of the frames up and get it lined up more or less with the top. I want the staggered part to hang over the frames a bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm having some issues with that glue just there. So I am going to just snip a bit of that glue off the sides like that. So again, I've just snipped off a bit of the glue on the side. And again, very carefully, I'm going to pick up this piece again. Try not to manhandle it too much, like I'm doing. And then just very carefully get it with that frame on one side, and then again with your other side, very, very carefully attach it to the bottom of the frame. So this part can be very fiddly, because obviously you don't want to be manhandling your staggered part. Come on, Henry. There we are. So that's basically how you want it, just roughly to begin with until you bind, which is what I'm going to be doing. So I'm being extremely careful with the frames. Obviously, I don't want to pull or snag the spacing on the frames. And again, just on the side. So I'm binding this side. This is going to be the chuck side to the drill. I'm not going to be binding the other end at all. They're just going to be roaming free. Okay, so again, I'm just going to very carefully get this bounded together. Like I say, it doesn't have to be anything special. You just don't want anything moving about. So I'm just going to very carefully bind this wire together as close as I can. Obviously keeping it all nice and straight. That is a must. You don't want your ribbon wire obviously turning. You want it to stay flat and parallel with everything. So thanks everybody that's still here. So boom. Again, I'm just going to flatten that a bit like that. So I've got it bounded with wire like that. Now I'm going to again just go one step further and use some hot glue. Right, where did I put the lighter? So I'm going to bind it again with some more hot glue. You don't have to do these stages if you don't want to. It's just extra precaution for me. Just to make sure that the build comes out the way I want it to come out. And this is just obviously binding everything together at this end. And again, I'm just going to hit it with a bit of heat just so it all melts into those wires, keeping them all intact. So still a little bit wet. So that's more or less getting there. And then all I'm going to do with these two end bits, I'm just going to cut them down just a little bit. These end bits that I've got sticking out just here is what will end up in my flat chuck. So I just want to make them level. So I'll cut them off like that. So that is together and how I want it. That's how you want it. You staggered on the outside and then your frames on the inside. So this preparation is very important. You don't want to obviously snag any of your wraps or anything you want it sitting outside of the wire. So I've got 2 straw bits just here. So 2 straws that I have cut down the center like that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to very carefully just pop it over my wire like that. I'm just going to pop it over like that, because when I put my ribbon in the drill, I'm not going to be putting my staggered pieces in the swivel as well. So very carefully just pop a couple of straws on there. I don't want to use anything like paper clips or anything like that, because I want to leave enough room for the staggered part on the end to run off, because it will move and you want to let it do that. So I'm just going to cut these short a little bit, just slightly shorter than the ribbon wire, like that. So I want to cut my frames just slightly shorter than the ribbon wire. So very carefully lay that down. That's more or less set for wrapping now. So I hope everybody's still with me and not confused about what I've said. So I'm just going to quickly set up my drill back up and get everything in place. Which is okay for me. So that's my drill mounted in. Let's get rid of a few of these bits just here out of my way. So let's get going. So I'm going to mount my ribbon wire to my swivel. Again, being very careful until I've got everything set up and I've got the other end in the drill. I want to be very careful, because like I say, slight nick or tear or anything like that can make or break your build. So I'm just going to very carefully set very carefully. Making sure that everything's aligned as it should be. And then I'm just going to very carefully, this always happens, I just want to make that hole just a little bit wider, like that. So again, I'm going to pick it up, being very careful, making sure from this end it's all lined up and in place again. That is the most important part, is making sure that your ribbon wire is in between, obviously, your staggered frames. So it's a lot of touching and fiddling and getting everything perfect. So So I have got that in there. So I'm going to lock that down in my swivel. I'm going to close the swivel up. I'm going to then very carefully move this over here. So once I've got it in my chuck, I will go down the ribbon again and make sure everything is nice and neat. So making sure that I don't snag anything. I'm just going to be popping the legs, not the ribbon part, just the legs I want in this chuck. Because if I put my ribbon in this flat chuck, it's just going to smash up that wire. Or the ribbon wire, it's going to just smash that ribbon wire up. So I'm just going to pull this just slightly tauter with a little bit of resistance in there. So again, I'm just going to run this down here. I'm going to make sure they are all level and how I want it to be. So I'm just going to pop these straws just slightly there. So that's me all set up roughly. Now, all you're going to be doing now is basically claptoning it. I'm going to be doing like a little section and then using my ceramic tweezers and keeping it flat. I don't want the ribbon wire turning in the frames. Once you get going and you've got a bit done and you've got the ribbon sitting flat, it'll all come together nicely as you move along. So let me get you in as far as I can. Like that. And let me get some manual focus going on here. Now it's going to be hard for you to see it because obviously I don't have a macro lens obviously to do this, but I'll try and get you in as close as I can, or the best way that I can, just to get everything nice. There we are. So hopefully now all this is all level. So when I attach my wire and obviously start wrapping, hopefully the staggered at the top and the staggered at the bottom are nicely lined up, so I get a nice straight line just there like that. And it's not right tight, there is some play in there, and you just have to be patient and take your time. And all these straws are basically going to do is stop the loose frames at this end, at that end, flapping about at the end. It'll just keep it nice and straight. Not that I'm going to be going really, really fast. I won't be. I'll be getting a groove on, doing a little section, then, like I say, using my ceramic tweezers, flattening it down and keeping it all flat and doing a little section at the time. Wrapping it is the slowest part. Well, it's not the slowest part, but it is a slow part of the build because you've got to keep everything consistent and right. You can't just zoom through it, or I can't at least just zoom straight through it. So, right guys, so like I say, drill all in the same direction that you're doing. So I've got my staggered on the outside, and then my ribbon wire on the inside, the frames. So I've got a 10 ply there. So 5 pieces of ribbon, obviously folded in half to make 10 pieces of ribbon, all stacked up on next to each other, and then with your frames going out just there like that. Perfect. Right guys, I'm going to have another vape. I'm just going to have a quick drink of my Lucozade, and then we'll get wrapping. The weird thing is because the build that I want to do, I will have to do this all again because I need 2 big pieces of wire for the size coil that I want for this RDA. So like I say, this might be a bit of a long one tonight, but I hope you enjoy it and obviously stick with it as well. Have a vape, a quick hydration with some Lucozade. And boom. So with this build as well, I like to use an extra an extra lens on my magnifiers, just so I can get a really up close look of it. I appreciate that, Gaming Vapor. Not a problem, not a problem. So on my magnifying glasses, as you can see, I've got 2 lenses on there. Now this just helps me because of the staggered. Obviously you can see it because of the way I've focused the camera, but my eyes can't see it through one lens, so I'm using a double lens just so I can see really close up to what I'm doing. So, right. So, I used 36 gauge obviously for my staggered, which is what I'm going to be using for my final wrap. Obviously, you can't go any bigger wire. I mean, I suppose if you wanted, you could do it with 36 gauge. It might fit in there. But yeah, I've used 36 for the staggered, which is what I'll use for the final wrap. As I am wrapping, obviously, there's a bit of movement in the staggered frame part, which I'll end up with some runoff on this side near the swivels, which is what I want to do. I want to give enough room for runoff as this staggered moves as I'm wrapping. So let me see. Can I see that? I can't even see it with that. So that's a lot better. So, guys, let's get going with it. So, hopefully now, when I get going, I should be able to hold my wire about a 90-degree angle, and it should wrap nicely for me. But we'll all see very, very soon if that is the case. So I'm just going to insert my wire somewhere just to grab onto. That's all I want to begin with, is just to get my wire grabbed. Which helps if you've got good eyes as well. So I'm just going to get a few wraps going. So my swivels are moving the way I want it to move. So, as you can see, I've got that like that. I should be able to just keep it hopefully at that angle. I don't want to be holding my spool tight or anything. I just want it nice and loose until I get going. And slow is what you want to be doing. So it looks like I got that pretty much bang on. Like that. As you can see, I'm going. So as you can see, that frame wire is going over, which I don't want it to do. Which I don't want it to do. Oh, don't do this to me. So these are one of the things you can run into very, very easily, is obviously getting going and then making sure everything's nice and flat as well. Come on, you stupid thing. And making sure everything is nice and flat, which is where your ceramic tweezers will play a part. Help to keep everything nice and flat. So as you can see, without me losing my spool, it's going to be a matter of doing a few wraps, then giving it a little pinch, doing a few wraps, doing a little pinch, doing a few wraps, giving it a little pinch. But I am not holding my spool tight, or you don't want to be holding your spool very, very tight. You just want to be holding it nice and light, letting those wires go into those grooves just nicely. So like I say, you don't want to be holding onto your spool very tight. So if you make a mistake, just go back like I have just there and get that in there. So obviously make sure that your spool is nice and level. So again, I'm not holding my spool tight. I'm just holding it nice and slack and light. So do a few. Do a few wraps. Give it a pinch. That keeps everything nice and straight. And then again, just give that a pinch. And then carry on. So like I say, if you mess up or you skip, just correct it and make sure that your angle is where it should be. So I'm not, like I say, holding the spool very tight. Give it a little pinch. and then carry on. So they should fall just nicely into those grooves, which is what you want, but you have to take your time and go slow. So again, I'm just going to give it a little pinch. And then do a few more. So this is one of the reasons why you need to obviously make sure that your wraps are consistent. Your wraps are consistent on your stagger, and you should be good. But this is the long part of the build, is what you need to be concentrating on. You'll find that you won't need to move your spool as much as you think you will need to move your spool. And then again, just go in with your ceramic tweezers, give it a little flatten like that. Make sure that is over where it should be. And again, carry on. Without double backing on yourself. Like that. So take your time. I'm not taking my time. Like that. So this is why it's one of those builds you really have to take your time on. You can't rush it. You got to take your time. That is the most important part. So what I'm going to do is just wipe my brow. So I don't think, did I do that right? So yeah, what I'm going to do is just slightly tighten this. So again, I'm going to slowly carry on. So and if you mess it up, it's just one of those things you're just gonna have to kind of correct it, go slow like I am. and just hope for the best, really. Now, I don't know why this is bunching up just there. So I'm just doing this bit by hand. I just want to get this messed up part, which I can't seem to... There we are. So if you're messing up like I am, take your time, get yourself back into obviously that groove that you got into. Use the ceramic tweezers when need be, or nylon tweezers, not your ceramic ones, sorry. So look, there we are. And again, so try and keep your hand with the wire locked with your wire, and use your opposite hand to obviously hold your spool. And keep messing up. It's just one of those things. There we are. So yeah, keep it going. Gaming vapor. Yeah, I should, shouldn't I? I should start making my own coils. So again, just carry on. Yeah. So if you get bits like this that you've had to unwrap, and obviously you've got that slight kink in these bits here, just do it by hand until you get past those kinks, because they can obviously be problematic and cause problems at the same time. You're too nice, Gaming Vapor. You're too nice. We might have to work something out, maybe. Maybe I can send you some of these coils. So again, I'm just going to carry on very slowly. So yeah, go slow, don't go fast, because going fast you're going to get inconsistencies and you don't want that. Like I say, do a few wraps and then you want to stop, and then obviously give it a little squeeze with the ceramic, not ceramic, I don't know why I keep saying ceramic, but your nylon tweezers. Give it a little press there and then carry on. And again, very, very slow build this, very, very slow. But you want to keep everything nice and flat. Hence why these nylon tweezers come in handy. Just so you can give it a little bit of a squeeze, keep everything straight and flat as you're going on. So like I say, I'm not holding my spool very, very tight. I'm just holding it tight enough where it'll fall into those grooves, but not so tight that I'm dragging those frames over the ribbon wire. So like I say, very time consuming build, but like I say, it's what it's all about. The rewards after will be perfect, and hopefully the vape will be as well, because I haven't really vaped one of these type of coils before. The staggered frame staple, I haven't vaped one of those yet. The ones that I've been practicing, I couldn't even really vape, so I didn't bother. I just chalked it up to experience. And again, I've just messed up there. So very carefully take that out. And then, like I say, I'm just doing this by hand until I get past these jagged edges that I've just unwrapped off. Once I get past those jagged edges, I'll carry on. And again, give it a good little pinch. Give it a nice little pinch and then carry on. Pathero, thanks for joining, my brother. I appreciate it. And then again, just carry on. So I know you probably can't hear it, but I can hear the wire slipping in between, obviously those grooves. And then as soon as you see, like here, it folding over just slightly, get your ceramic tweezers, give it another pinch, and it should straighten everything out again and get everything nice and flat. Don't worry about being late for Theo, I just appreciate you joining. And then again, just carry on. It can easily get to the point where you get impatient and think, oh, I want to go faster. Like I have gone just slightly faster than what I normally do, but don't let that ruin your build. So definitely invest in a pair of nylon pliers because it will help. Let me move you over just slightly. So we can keep going. As you can see, I'm getting to my straws. Just move them all along as you go. So hence the reason why I say your preparation for your staggered, your ribbon, all comes into play for this stage of the build, the final wrap. So again, it's starting to fold over the sides just slightly, hence why you do about 10 wraps or 5 to 10 wraps and then stop, give it a pinch and carry on. And your hand as well, feeding up to the coil as well, won't move as much. Now you might think that you will be moving your left hand like you would if you were doing a Clapton or something like that. It doesn't. It stays in one place for quite some time because obviously you're not moving fast and your wire is not dragging as much as well. So again, get going. And again, I've messed up there. So like I say, if you mess up, just go back, correct it. If you have any, like I say, jagged edges like here, just do it by hand until you get past that point. And then just carry on. Do a few wraps. Stop. Pinch. This is very important, obviously stopping and pinching, just to make sure that those frames don't fold over your ribbon wire. And again. And then obviously once you get your groove going as well, that'll also help. It'll help you speed up slightly. It'll help you, like I say, just get into that groove. And then at the end, we'll flatten it as well so it all looks nice and pretty. I just want to move that over like that. Keep going. And again, like I say, it's a good job it's not an alien, because at an alien stage, you won't be able to obviously do this. You won't be able to correct it. You just have to carry on and hope for the best. So I'm just going to give that another quick flatten out. And like I say, I'm just doing this manually until I get rid of those jagged bits. So I do have, let's have a look. I do have a slight inconsistency going on just here. So again, get your ceramic get your nylon tweezers, not ceramic, nylon tweezers, and give it another little flatten. And then again, carry on. And again. This is one of the reasons as well why a pair of magnifiers are a good investment. So I do have a bit of twisting just there, which I don't want. So again, ceramic tweezer it. Just not ceramic tweezer. Why do I keep saying ceramic tweezer? It's not a ceramic tweezer, it's nylon tweezers. It's a good job somebody knows what they're doing, isn't it? Because it's not me. So as you can see, it does look a bit of inconsistency there. Don't worry. They are in the grooves. It's just obviously this part where you're using your ceramic, your nylon tweezers. But like I say, once we Once we get going, obviously, to the next stage, I will show you how I make that all right and flatten stuff out. So again, that just stops it from flapping about and stuff like that. Carry on. Soon as I speed up slightly, so a few revs, and then again, nylon pliers. Aha, I said it right this time. Nylon pliers, get in there, give it a little squeeze. And as you can see, every time this part here looks if it's messing up and I use the ceramic tweezers, everything all comes together. Can I get that looking a bit better, guys, for you? Let's have a look. So there, a tiny bit, a little bit better. So let's carry on, guys. Let's carry on. And again, it's a very time-consuming build, is this one. But stick at it. That's the name of the game. Stick with it. Because the end result will be worth it. So I have made a little mistake just there. Again, give it a flattening. So I appreciate all of you guys that are still here and watching. I do appreciate it. I know I'm not saying much. Obviously, I'm concentrating. I've got a bit of overlap in there on the side. Again, go in with your nylon pliers and just give it a quick press, and then that sorts out your sorts it out going forward. So again, got a bit of overlap there. Not to worry, a quick pinch will sort that out, like so, and carry on. Couple of more wraps, and then again a pinch. And again, give it a good squeeze. So again, a bit of folding over on the side. Give it a pinch with your nylon pliers. Move your straw over just slightly. And carry on again. As you get into a slight groove, you will get quicker, or it'll go a bit more quicker. But just take your time. It's not a build to rush. It's a build to obviously to take time. So the fact that you're going to have to sit through 2 of these I suppose you can't rush perfection, and I'm sure once it's all done and finished, it's gonna look and hopefully taste nice as well. So there we are. So I'm sorry I've missed a couple of comments, guys. So Aussie Cook, no. Aussie Cook, no. Everything still glued and intact as it should be. No, everything as it should be. Aussie Cook. On this side, and on this side where the chuck is, it's nice. It's nice and flat. Pathero, Hypnotic, so good. I appreciate that. But yeah, Aussie Cook, no, it isn't coming out of the glue. On this side, it's still intact. And obviously where the swivel is also intact as well. So I'll move you over again. Like so. I'll make sure that that's zoomed in just perfect. There we are. But yeah, everything's still intact. Aussie cut so far. Give that another squeeze. And move that over one. So slight imperfection just there. Let's give that another little pinch. And let's start off again. And again, give it a little pinch. Keep everything nice. So again, I'm going to give it another little pinch. There we are, and carry on. So a little skipping going on here. So again, I'm just going to move that over just slightly. See, like I say, you want to hold your spool not too tight, but tight enough that they will easily slide into those grooves just nicely. Sorry if I'm missing any comments, guys. So I've got a little bit of a thingy there. Trusting a blind person is suspicious. Yeah, definitely. So again, give it a squeeze of the nylon pliers and then carry on. Let's get that in place again and that in place again and carry on. So I've done a section, give it a squeeze and a flatten down. There we are. Looking good so far, to be fair. Last time I attempted this, I screwed up royally. And I think that was just down to patience. I wasn't patient enough. Like I said, I wasn't patient enough. And that's probably why I didn't succeed. But like I say, I'm taking it steady. Obviously for the live. It's a very time consuming build. I mean, already 2.5 hours in and I'm only on the first coil that I need. Obviously for this 30mm RDA that I want to put this in. Simply for the fact is the build is going to be very low. So I need something obviously big to put my build in. And that's got a nice big build deck and nice wide post holes. So I've got a bit of bendage going on there. So again, just give it a nice little squeeze of the pliers, making sure everything's in place. Carry on. And And again, so Aussie Cook, the frames are moving. So if you look at it here, obviously your frames are on the side. Because I haven't got my staggered frames secured to my swivel, obviously it's going to bend and fold over the ribbon wire. Hence why I'm only doing it very slow and giving it a pinch, going on, giving it a pinch, because that can twist. So as long as you go slow and you do a few wraps and then give it a pinch, everything should straighten out. So I'll move you along a bit more. And maneuver you just like that. So anyway, like I was saying, Aussie Cook, the frames will fold over the ribbon. Hence why I'm doing a little bit, giving it a pinch, moving along, giving it a pinch. Because like I say, the frames are connected to the swivels. It's only the ribbon wire that's connected to the swivels. I didn't want to connect my stagger to the swivels because then I might get twisting issues with it. So as you can probably see there, it is folding over and twisting a bit. But as long as you stay consistent and do about 10 wraps and then stop and give it a pinch, it all flattens back out. As you can see there, as soon as I flatten it out, what's on this side of the wire that I'm fusing lays flat again. And that needs to go over one. There we are. And let's carry on. So it can be a very difficult build. You just got to take your time with it, Aussie Cook. Do a few wraps, give it a squeeze, do a few wraps, give it a squeeze. Right, let's carry on. Like I say, I'm concentrating, guys, so if I don't get all your comments, I apologise. So keep going. I have messed up there. Keep going. As soon as you see a twist or something like that, give it a little squeeze like that. I'm going to do this part just manually till I get past those kinked bits and I'm back to alright wire. And I suppose one thing I like about this is that if you do make a mistake, you can go back and put it right. Imagine if this was, or if I were doing like an alien wrap around it, because you can do these builds with just an alien wrap, not a straight wrap. You can do this with an alien wrap. I've never done it, so it'd have to be thingy. Oh, sorry, Aussie Cook. I didn't read your message right. Your comment right. My frames are moving. They have been moving off the end. So I apologise, Aussie Cook. I didn't read your comment properly. But yeah, I did leave some bare wire here. Well, you can't see, but just there's the staggered, and then there's a bit of bare wire. That is slowly moving as I move along, which is why I leave extra for runoff. You don't have to have the plain wire there. You could just cut it flush, just as long as that wire can run off the end if it needs to, then you're perfectly fine. Sorry about that, Aussie Cut. Completely messed up your question there. So let's carry on. So I got to admit, I'm quite surprised that so far so good. Because when I was practicing this, I messed up royal. Really messed up royal. I did the 4-quart staggered fuse Clapton a lot better than this. But I'm glad it's going great on the live. I'm glad that we're not having too many issues. Not that I don't like issues. I like issues because then I can show you how I would recover from it. But it's a lot nicer and runs a lot smoother when everything falls into place, so to speak. And then give it a pinch. There we are. I'm just going to move that over a bit more. Sorry if you can't see what I'm doing, but I'm getting to the part where I can't move my phone over anymore. So I'll go as far as I can as long as I'm in camera view. So also what I'm doing is, because I've got these kinks here, when I'm folding over, I'm just giving it a little tug, as you can probably see, just so that the wire sits nice and flat and you don't have sort of like a jagged edge at the top like I've got further down the line. Definitely. I think because of the resistance is going to be low, I need to put it in something big. Hence why I'm putting it in the turnstone, because I'll need quite a few wraps for it to be at a decent resistance for me to vape. So this strand that I'm doing here is just for one coil, because I need a 4mm coil around about 8 wraps. And I don't think I'll get to 8 8 wrap coils from this piece of wire, because I need roughly for 4mm ID 8 wraps. I need about, I think it was saying on the coil calculator that I use sometimes, steam engine and all that, I need about 14 centimeters of wire to obviously achieve that. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, it's going to be one big monster wide build, which I can't wait to vape it, because obviously when I've been practicing and then obviously messing up at the same time, I haven't had a chance to obviously even try that coil that I made. I just scrapped it and thought, try again. So that's what I did. I basically scrapped them. So if everything goes well, it'll be good. Anybody that's here with me now, that's watching, has anybody had a staggered staple, frame staple? Has anybody ever vaped one? Are they nice? And probably initially as well, if I'd have thought about it maybe a bit more and done it with 28 gauge and 38 gauge, I might have got away with doing one piece of wire. So I'm just going to move these along. So one of the reasons also why I slit these down the middle, my straw bits, is so that it's easy for me to just pull off. If need be, I can just pull them off. Let's see if I can get you over a little bit more. Oh, I can. So, like I say, I can just pull these off if I need to. So, this end one, if I can find the bit that's open. So, I can just pull that first one off easily. Right. Let's carry on. We're nearly getting to the end of this wire. And then we've got another wire to do, guys. Oh, nearly the wrong ones. Nylon pliers. So I apologize if I've been calling these ceramic tweezers and not the nylon. So it's nice and soft for when you're pinching those wires rather than using metal. But obviously if you haven't got nylon pliers, you can use just a toothless metal pliers, but it might distort your build slightly, or just make it look a bit unpretty. But I suppose if you're like me and it's just you that's vaping the coils, it doesn't really make a difference, really. So again, give that a little pinch. So we're nearly getting to the end of this wire. I know it's taken some time to do this wire. Give it a little jig and a pull there. There we are. Get that round there, get that round that one, and that one round that one. There we are. So give that a nice little squeeze. So I'm going to do a little bit more and then I'll stop because I should have enough wire then to do the build. And then I can get on with the next wire, setting that up, getting the ribbons done and everything, and then get going as well with that one, with the second one. So like I say, long build and long build stream as well. But like I say, I hope you're enjoying the content as well. So there we are. So we've got to the end of one of our frames. Like that. Right, so let me get this cut off. So that's our first piece of wire for the first coil. So let me try and see if I can get this looking good for you. There we are. So guys, there we are. Staggered framed staple. There is a few imperfections just where the curves are, but we can sort that out after. Few imperfections just there and there, which isn't a problem. There we are. So got a nice piece of bit of wire there. So I am just going to chop that end off. And just lost my straw. And get this end chopped off as well. There we are. Right, get off there. And what are we here? So boom, boom. Unlock that. There we are, guys. That's one piece. Let me just have a quick look. Yeah, I don't think I am going to have enough for 2 coils there. Yeah. I don't think I'm going to have enough for 2 coils there, so I will be setting up another piece of wire. and doing another piece. But what I will do is I'll just coil this up just to make sure. If I can get 2 coils out of it, I will get 2 coils out of it. But I don't think I will get 2 coils. But I'll get one. I'll get one wrapped up, and then I'll go on to the next piece of wire. So 4mm is what I need. There's plenty of room. Let's have a look. There's plenty of room on this turnstone here to have a big coil on it. Nice wide post holes and plenty of deck space in there. These are 3.5mm that are in here. So a 4mm, a couple of 4mm will fit in there perfectly. And like I've said before, I have got a review for the turnstone. Go check it out. Early Bird are absolutely killing it at the moment. So before I actually roll it, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my nylon pliers and just give it a good press going all the way up the coil. And if that doesn't work, there is another way. But I'll just do this. You can see what I'm doing. I'm just pressing, going up, pressing, going up, pressing, just to make sure everything's nice and flat and looking pretty. But if it isn't, like I say, there is another way. Not many people will have this tool in the thingy. So there is other ways, but we'll see if it turns out all right. Just me doing this with the nylon pliers, just to flatten everything and make everything look nice and pretty and consistent. But like I say, we'll see, and then I'll show you my tool that's got nothing to do with vaping that helps me. So let me have a quick look. So yeah, there's still sort of like ridges there and stuff. There is a bit there that I've missed, an imperfection there. But as you can see, I've got some bits that are still bumpy. Can you see there? Bit bumpy. So if it doesn't work, obviously with your nylon pliers. Now I know not everybody has got one of these. I'm just using it because I've got it. But what you can do is get something flat and something heavy and just roll it down your wire just to make everything nice. So anything like an old battery, a round weight, something that you don't use no more, put it on there. But what I'm going to use is a pasta maker. Now I know this sounds stupid, but yeah, a pasta maker. What I'm going to do is I'm going to run my coil through there, and it should keep it all nice. So like I said, I know not everybody has got one of these. Just use something round and hard and flat. And everything. And I'm just going to feed it through there. And what that'll do is it'll make everything nice and pretty. So I am going to put it on the edge of what I'm doing, just so it feeds out here. So I'm just going to make sure that's gonna go through there. So I am going to try just try the next setting up. These wheels move in and out, so that fits through there. So I'm going to obviously go back to that setting. Yeah, Patiro, yeah, that is a great idea. It is a great idea. So anything like that, it's perfect for. So all I'm going to do is very carefully just feed it through. Like that. And hopefully, should be good. So I'm just going to be very careful and make sure this feeds out where I want it to. And then I'm just going to very, very carefully push it through or roll it through. And there we are. So there is a bit of a curve in it now. But hopefully now when you look at it, so can you see now, apart from the imperfections, everything is nice and looking pretty and nice, just the way you want it. Everything's pretty, apart from, like I say, the inconsistencies are going to show, but it's nice and flat. And that looks quite good to me. Nice and smooth. Right. You'll have a pretty side, you'll have a weird side. So, let me roll a coil. So I want 8 wraps, or round about there. I will check after so many wraps. But yeah, I'm just going to push it against that. As I've said before, it is ribbon wire, so move it round your jig very, very slowly. And just let it do its thing. Because it will be very, very stiff. And your first wrap is always your most awkwardest wrap, so get that going. So I am going to move off camera just slightly, keeping everything nice and tight. So there's 3, there's 4, and there's 5. And there is 6. So just having a quick look at that. Do you know what? A 6 wrap will work. A 6 wrap will work. So let me roll the other side up. I don't know what the resistance is going to be. It's going to be extremely low. I'm just hoping that my mod will fire this. If not, I will have to probably fire a coil at a time just to get it glowing. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so 6 wraps. So yeah, I can get 2 coils out of this. Like I say, I don't know what the resistance is going to be. It's going to be probably extremely low. So I'm just going to pull that out a bit. So some nice big beefy coils on this one, which is what I want. I want some nice beefy coils. So I'm just going to pull this leg just slightly out, just so I can stick an extra wrap on there. And then very carefully I'm going to cut round about in the center of them two. It should be about there. So we've got two wraps there, or two coils out of the first piece of wire. So it doesn't look as if I need to do another piece of wire. So I've got some 4mm coils, staggered framed staples. And there we are, guys. They came out really good, and I'm really happy with these coils. Because like I said, in the practice run, stuff didn't pan out the way I wanted it to. So come on. So there we are, guys. Some SSFCs, or staple staggered fused Claptons, and they look pretty, and not bad for my first try of these. Well, not my first try, but my first official try of these. Right, let's not mess about anymore. Let's get these mounted and stuff, and see how the vape, guys. So I'm going to have a 2. Bit of housekeeping. Just going to get rid of this stuff out of my chuck. Like so. Get that out of the way. So, like I said, if you, like me, don't have a pasta maker to run your coil through, just get something flat that you can use, and then run something that's slightly heavier. So if you've got like an old battery that's discharged and got no power in it, you could obviously use that just to roll over it, just to flatten everything down, and just to make everything basically pretty like that. Because you saw what it was like. Some bits were raised, some wasn't, and then just passing it through that pasta machine, because it's just a roller, puts everything nice and consistent like that. Looking good, looking good. Right, let me get this RDA off, get it on a regulated mod. Let me see what one coil comes out to. Then that will determine whether I have to do each coil separately because of the resistance, and it might not fire with both coils on there. So let me get you here. Right, let me get this to that. So there is our There are our old coils just there. I have run these for just over 2 weeks now, and the way I vape, obviously, the taste isn't on point. Even after a dry burn and a rewick, yeah, they've just had it, because I do use them, and I do use, obviously, my mods. I do use them constantly, so they have got use out of them, and it's just one of those things where it's time for a nice new build. So if you haven't got a Turnstone RDA, I do recommend it. 30mm. There is a 25mm coming out very, very soon by Early Bird. Go follow them social media and stuff, and go check their stuff out. You know, great company and everything. And there we are. Can I get... I want this to focus, please. There we are. That's better. So just like that, I am going to hit it with an earbud is what we call it here in the UK. You might call it something different in your country. But yeah, just an earbud, just to give it a quick wipe and get any excess juice out of there that doesn't need to be in there. Boom. So let me just have a quick look at these. Like that. I just want to see what the height is on them. So I want to start off cutting these at a 7mm. And go from there. So because the coil's so wide, I can only chop one leg at a time. So like I say, I'm going to start with, watch your eyes, 7mm leg length, and then I can always cut it down if need be. There we are. Sorry if you can hear the dog snoring his head off. So let me get that in there. Ooh. So big coil. Let me get that in there. Get that leg in there. Want to lock both of them down. So I think that's all right. I just want to cancel this and see what this single coil comes out at. So yeah, it's going to be an extremely low build. So that is currently at a 0.1 now. So what I'm going to have to do is I will have to do one coil at a time. So I'll heat one coil up and get it all looking good, and then I will put the other one in. The second, take this one out, put the second one in, heat it, and then put them in together, and then hopefully I'm at a resistance that is good. So what I just want to quickly do is I just want to take the airflow ring out of this and just check more for height than anything. So yeah, that is a bit too high, to be fair. So let me knock it down on the legs a bit. So I need more off the legs. So let's go for 6mm now. Sometimes just the slightest bit of more leg room in there will help. And obviously I don't want it touching that top chimney also. So yeah, should be good. So like I say, I'm going to have to fire these, take it off, and then put the other coil in and fire it, and then put them in together and fire it. Because if I put one in now, I don't think this is going to fire at a 0.05, to be fair. And I'd rather be safe than sorry. Because there is going to be some inconsistencies here. So let me just pop that back on there. So yeah, 6mm is good for the legs. So look at that. So I'm just going to zero out the mod again. Check atomizer. Put that back on. Is this a new coil? Yes. So yeah, 0.1 is a single coil there. So like I say, a bit old school. It isn't something I've done for a while, where I've done a build low enough where I've had to fire the coils separately on a dual coil build. So let's get it done, get it fired, and get going. So I am going to start these on a 30 watts because they're nice, big, beefy coils. Get some colour in them, get them glowing nice. And go from there, guys. So, have a quick drink as well, hydrate. Hope you lot have got something nice to drink, guys. I'm sorry I'm not drinking alcohol, but like I say, I am on some painkillers for my shoulder. And I don't want to mix the two, alcohol and strong painkillers. Because if you haven't noticed already, I do talk gibberish most of the time. Imagine me on painkillers and alcohol. Probably not the best combination. So let's get these fired up, guys, and let's see how these go. So I'm just introducing heat to it slowly. Because I've got a bit of overlap just there, I might get some hot legs. So will it make a difference if I just push over just slightly? So that might just help slightly, but I probably will get a bit of a hot leg just there. So I don't want to do anything too rough with it. I just want to slowly introduce some heat. I don't really want to be scraping with the end of my tweezers with this sort of build. So we've got some colour on it. A bit of gold colour on there. So I do have some hot spots just here. I'm not getting hot spot where I thought I was going to, just about here. But that doesn't mean that hot spots aren't going to creep out as I heat them up. But basically, you just want it heating from the inside out. Got some nice colours on there. There is some hot spots in there. So sometimes a tool can help with those hot spots on the inside. Got a few nice blues there and gold. Excuse me. So I'm going to introduce some more heat. I'm going to whack it up to 40 watts. And again, I'm just giving it time. It's ribbon wire, so you will have to give it time. Just to get where it needs to be. So again, I don't want to do it with the sharp end of my tweezers. I just want to give it a nice little strum. Introduce some more. So you can see that there's hot spots occurring. Just be patient. They will work out by themselves. I'm just going to give it just a gentle stretch on each side, just here, just a gentle stretch and pull. I'm still in camera view. There we are. So they're starting to, well, that's starting to heat up nice a bit. I can still see some hot spots though, but I do want to crank this up a bit more. Because I don't want, because these coils are going to be run high, I don't want hot spots occurring at that higher wattage. So I'm just getting these glowing just to get that resistance up. 60 watts. I'm just going to give these post holes another little tighten up. That can make a difference as well with your build. Obviously when you're heating stuff up, your screws might come just a tiny bit loose. We just want to be gentle with it and take your time. There's some big ass coils there, 70 watts. So they're not looking too bad. Now, I haven't got all the hot spots out, but I've probably brought the resistance up, which is what I want to do. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to prepare my next coil while that coil is cooling down. So what did we say? We said 6mm, didn't we? So I'm going to cut these at 6. There we are. Watch your eyes. That went somewhere. I don't know where. So again, watch your eyes. So I'm going to install this coil. and see what happens. So want to make sure there's plenty of room in those post holes. So I'm going to open them up a bit more. Get both legs in there and settled. No, this will go all the way down to near where the airflow is. I just want to crunch that down and get that in there. And again, just crank it down, and then I'll adjust what I need to do. So being sort of careful with everything, I just want to push that over there like that. So there is a slight overlap just there. Which I don't want. There we are. That's a little bit better. So, boom. I'm going to now release the coil on the other side. So I know that's not fully prepped, but hopefully the resistance has come up on that coil. So that's definitely cool. See what we've got here. See if it reads out the same way. So I'm going to zero out, get that back on. Is this a new coil? Yes. So this is saying about 0.12. So I'm going to screw them down. I am going to pull and move these over just slightly without pressing the fire button at the same time, guys, like I've just done. So again, I'm going to get it down to about 30 watts to begin with. Let's get some heat and colour into them. So appreciate all of you guys that are still here. Appreciate you. So again, just introducing heat slowly. Get some colour in there. Get them heating up nice. This one's heating up a lot better. Some nice colours on there. Some golds, blues, and a few slight pinkness there as well. So I'm going to, again, put it up to 40 watts. Introduce some heat. So all I'm doing now is, even though I'm pulsing it and getting some hot spots out, I just want to get the resistance up on this coil. By firing it, I just want to get the resistance up so I can stick both coils up and get them firing evenly and consistent and the same. So there is hot spots in there. I'm just going to use my tool just to poke on the inside. That can help. Again, I'm going to pump up the wattage to 50. Get everything glowing. up to 60. Again, adjust at this moment in time. I want to get the resistance up on the coil. And that's heating up nice. Let's get it up to 70 watts. So there we are. So just gonna blow that coil. So the resistance is up and I've got that glowing. So now I'm going to pop this other coil back in. Not a problem, Gaming Vapor. So I was able to get 2 coils out of the first piece of wire. I didn't have to do 2 pieces of wire. Now the resistance are low on these coils, so I've had to put them in separately just to get the resistance up. And now I'm just popping this coil back in. And then we'll see where we are at with the resistance. So like I say, I thought I'd have to do 2 separate wires and 2 separate coils, but I didn't have to do that. I got 2 decent coils out of the same piece of wire. So what I want to do is just get it near that airflow hole, or just above it where I want it to be. And again with this one, I want the same, just slightly above that thing. Sorry, I'm out of camera shot. I appreciate that, Gaming Vapor. I appreciate it. So there we are. So therein, I'm just going to check with the chimney that nothing's touching that shouldn't be, which it isn't. Plenty of room there, plenty of room there. There we are. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to zero out the mod again. So doing it so it says check atomizer, popping this back on, going round all my post screws again, just to double check, make sure everything's nice and tight. There we are. Perfect. So, is this a new coil? Yes. So, yeah. So, this is coming out at a 007. So, I am going to heat them both together and get them glowing the way they should be together. And then we'll check the final resistance. So, I'm just making sure there's no wonk on there, which there isn't. So there we are. So they're both installed. We're at 007 in resistance. No, I'm not James Bond, but yeah, 007 resistance there. Now let's heat them and pinch them and make sure they're glowing perfectly together. So let's start with 40 watts. which is not doing nothing. So let me pump it up to 50 watts. There we are. I'm going to pump it up to 60 watts. Bump it up to 70 watts. Get a bit more power and grr in them. One's heating up slightly faster than the other one, which is what I was kind of expecting to happen. I'm just going to give them a little tug. Lexi, don't start with your ear. I'll have to put your cone on. Well, I'm sure this is going to be extremely tasty. I haven't had a chance to even try one of these coils yet because all my practice runs have been absolutely horrendous. And I haven't been able to get a coil that I can at least vape to say I've tried it. So that's a bit better. Let's get this heating up nicely. So a little stretch helped. There we are. So I'm going to whip up to 80 watts. So I need to just give this a second because it's telling me the mod's too hot when I'm doing it. High temp. So I'm going to give that a couple of minutes just to cool down and then I'll go at it again. I will just undo it, zero out the mod again, and just blow on those coils. So thanks for everybody that's here, in and out, jumping in and out. Appreciate it, guys. Blow some vapor on it. Have a little toot of the Wasp and the Pulse Squonk Met. Vapor is cold, so it'll help it cool down. Sorry, I knocked the camera there with my head. Yeah, they did cool down pretty rapid with that vapor. So, is this a new coil? Yes. So we've come up to a 008. So let me whack it straight with 100 watts. So I was at 80 watts previously, but then obviously it got too hot. There we are. It's looking a bit nice. So I'm going to increase it to about 120 watts. 120 watts. It's going to need some power, these coils. Definitely going to need some power. So they're looking quite nice, to be fair. They're heating up nice. So I'm going to bump it up again to 130. Yeah, looking nice. Let me bump that up even higher. Let me go up to 150. Now, it's been ages since I've even vaped to call it about that wattage. But yeah, 150. There we are. Looking good. Just making sure that there is no hot spots that's going to occur. So I am going to bump it up to its max of this mod, which is 177. But it is hot again. So I'm going to cool it down with a bit of vapor. Check voltage at high. I will do. Game vapor. Not gaming vapor, sorry, Aussie Cook. I call you all sorts, Aussie Cook. I call you Oasis. I call you gaming vapor. I could just call you everything but your actual name, to be fair. And I think so far so good with my new mics. One hasn't died yet. So there we are. So that's 177. And I think because of these batteries as well, because the batteries are getting a bit low and the mod is getting hot, the voltage is saying 3 volts or 3.57, but I don't think that's right. I think it's because of the high temperature. But it is showing high voltage there. I was expecting a bit more voltage from that, but that could be just because of the build and the mod getting hot and it's cutting out at that voltage. It could be. But anyway, let's carry on. I'm going to take this off again and just get one more final reading before I wick it up. Because I will be putting this on a triple battery variable voltage mod. I don't have a dual 21700 mod gaming vapor. I do have triple battery mod, but it's 18650. There we are. Cool that down a bit. Just give that a quick refresh on my computer while I'm waiting for that to cool down, and then we'll get it wicked up. Excuse me. That one got me, that one. Wow. Right, so let me just get one final resistance reading. So we're on a 008 resistance on that one. That's cool enough. Right, let's wick it. So I'm going to wick it with just some normal Muji cotton. I have been liking the change from the kendo that I've been using. So I will be using just a piece of Muji cotton. Just grab a pad like that. It's not KGD, it's just normal Muji. So if you've handled Muji cotton before, I always peel the top and bottom layer off. So I'm just going to very carefully grab this end piece off, just like that, very carefully, like that. And then same on the other side, I'm going to just pull the outer layer on the opposite side. Slightly different, denser on the outside. We just want the fluffy stuff on the inside. So I am going to just break this in half. I'll probably need both these pieces for both coils. 4mm coils, I will need some plenty of cotton. So all I'm doing here is I'm just fanning it out, agitating those fibers in there. Helps with the wicking. And I've only just started doing this, to be fair. I have seen other live reviewers do this with their cotton, and it does make a difference, to be fair, which is why I've started doing this. So all I'm doing is I'm just breaking those fibers up and stretching that cotton out like that. You can go thinner or as thin as you want. Like I said, I'm just agitating those fibers just to make it easier for wicking and stuff. So basically like that. I have agitated it, and then I'm going to gently roll. So I'm just gonna quickly gauge this. So even that is too much cotton. So I will pull a little bit of cotton off there and roll up again. And then going to stick an end in there like that. Like so. And then pop it through. There we are. That is absolutely perfect. That, as you can see, it still moves. So got plenty in there. So again, I'm not going to waste that bit of cotton. I will add it to this after I've fanned it out a bit. Lexi, stop fracking. You're not going to find oil there. So again, I'm just going to fan that out. Again, I'm going to just slightly fan that out. And then I'm just going to join it sort of like there. And then roll it up like that. keeping it nice and fluffy. You don't want it dense. I just want to make sure I've got plenty of cotton there for those big mammoth of coils there. So I'm finding even that's just a tidgy bit too much. I'll pull a bit off that. And again, just feed one end through. And again, that is actually perfect. So it is moving slightly. That's what you want. Perfect. So that's wicked up. They will get wasted. That can go there. So I am going to thin this cotton out just slightly. I just want to get it all nicely feathered out and stuff, and obviously to help with the wicking also. So I am, like I say, gonna comb it out and agitate it a bit. Same with the other one. Like that. Make it nice and fluffy. And same with this side. Just agitate those fibres a bit on both sides. And then that'll even underneath, and that will obviously help with the wicking as well. So that's nice and fluffy. Just agitate that a bit closer to the coil. There we are. So some small scissors. As I always say, you need some small scissors like I'm using here. So again, I'm just going to, because I've cut it, I'm just going to fan that out a bit more. Making sure it's all fluffy, which is what you want. And then I'm just going to carefully just dunk that in there. So there's plenty of room in that deck for all this cotton. It's not really hard. It's not extremely hard to wick an RDA properly. An RDA is an RDA. Fairly easy to wick up. So again, I'm going to do the same with that. I'm going to cut it about there. And then again, I'm just going to agitate those end bits like that. So, boom, there we are. And then again, I'm just going to take it and just carefully tuck it into that juice well, like that, making sure the end of the cotton is hitting the bottom of that deck space. So yeah, there we are. Excuse me. So that is the build complete, guys. So we've got a staggered stapled fuse Clapton in there, ohming out at 008, 4mm diameter, 6 wraps in there. And then again, I'm just going to pop that on there just to make sure there's no touching or anything, which there isn't. There's plenty of room in there for the top cap, which is perfect. So I'm going to pop that back in the RDA. And boom. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to obviously use the mod that I'm going to be using on it, which is basically going to be my Zenith. I don't have many mods or regulated mods that'll accommodate a 30mm, so I'm going to go with the iJoy Maxo Zenith. So it's a variable voltage with a pod on there, and it's a triple 18650 as well. So I do have some 18650s here on charge. Alright. So again, guys, if you're using batteries as well, make sure you use high drain batteries, especially if you're using a Mac. If you're using something like I'm using here, which is a regulated mod, it's a triple battery mod, using 3 batteries. Once you use 3 batteries, 3 brand new batteries, you keep them married together until end of their battery life. Don't start taking a battery away and putting an odd one with it or mixing batteries up. Once you've married those 3 batteries together, they stay married together. Don't split them, don't do anything, keep them all 3. So the discharge, as you can see, I mark mine A, B and C, because I tend to, when I'm using a mod, I'll rotate the batteries as well. So last time I had this, B was on this side, so I'm going to start with C. So this is positive down, so I'll put battery C in there, just so they all discharge, and then start again from the alphabet. So A will go in next, and then B on the end, just there, like that. And we have power, and it glows green. Top's supposed to glow as well, that thing there, but it works when it wants to. So that's powered down. I believe this is safe to, I think, a 003 it was tested back in the day. So a 008 should be fine on there, and it should be able to handle it. So let me get this RDA on this mod ready, and let's do some dripping action. Let's get some juice on here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to use my normal standard benchmark juice that I use when I'm testing out coils or new devices, because I know how it tastes, which is just basically my G14 classified juice, the custard based juice that I get made for me that I can't talk about. So I am going to give it a little shake and get this focused in. So I'm going to get this all dripped up. So I am going to start with the cotton on the side, start getting that all saturated. Okay, Muji cotton is also very absorbent cotton as well. more absorbent than the Kendo Gold that I use, which I think is a bit why I'm enjoying this Muji cotton at the moment. Super absorbent, next to no breaking time, if any. Just get rid of some spilt juice there. Otherwise, that's going to drive my OCD ragged. So, that is the cotton sorted. So, let's get some on these coils. So, these should just automatically anyway, because they're staggered and stuff, those coils should just suck that juice in. Let's give it a fire. Just to suck that juice in there. Which is perfect. As you can see, the juice just completely disappears. So I am going to turn this up to 3.2 volts. It's looking nice. And again, like I say, you can see I'm putting juice on there, and that coil is just absorbing that juice. All those crevices, the ribbon wire, the staggered part is just loads of different crevices for you to, well, for juice to just escape in. There we are. So that's 3. So for Aussie Cut, the voltage that I've got it on here is 3.2 volts. And that's heating up nicely. Just going to dump some juice in there. Pop that top cap on. Give that a wipe. Gaming Vapor, I'll see you next time, my brother. I appreciate you joining, and I hope you enjoy the replay when you get around to it. Appreciate you joining. Look after, brother, and hopefully I'll see you on the next one. Love and respect. So there we are. That's working nice. I'm just going to have a quick toot on it. Oh, bloody yeah. I am going to turn that voltage up, though. I'm going to turn that voltage up to... Stop it. I'll put your cone on, Lexi. You were doing well, girl. So, yeah, I'm going to put it on 3.6 volts. So 3.6 volts seems nice. Wow. That is sick. And this is the first time I've used this RDA on fully open. Normally I close it down. Excellent. Right, guys, that is the build. Right. So let me just change view a bit. Change my view so you can see me a bit better. I'm going to blow my nose, guys. I didn't turn my mic off last time when I did, but I'm going to turn it off now just while I blow my nose. Okay. And I'm back, guys. So it looks like my new mic's kicking ass with battery life so far. So I'll just move this around like that. Let's get you here. There we are. That's a lot better. Come on, Lexi. Stop it. There we are. That is a lot better, guys. So, make sure focus and everything is good, which it is. Not a problem, Pathero. I appreciate you coming, my brother. I really do. So Turnstone, like I say, that's not retro in any way. The Zenith, iJoy Maxo Zenith, that is retro. But obviously the coil build that I was going to do today needed something big for me to put it on. Anyway. So I'll see you next time, Pathero. I appreciate you coming, my brother. I'm just going to have a little toot on this now with the build. Flavour straight away is quite nice. Do you know what's weird? Because I haven't tried one of these coils before, I'm tasting other things in my juice that I didn't notice before. Vapor production's good. So if you've watched my review or seen me use this before, I normally have this closed halfway and I've got it completely open. You figuring out how to buy a cup of coffee, Aussie Cup? Oh, are you talking about buy me a cup of coffee? Aussie Cup? I can always put a link in the description now because Nightbot normally does it. Is that what you're talking about, Aussie Cook? Is that what you're wanting to do? I appreciate that, brother. I'll stick a link in there now. If I can find the link here. Where are we? Where are we? I don't want to do that, computer. Trying to see if the link is further up in there. So, Aussie Cook. So, Aussie Cook, I have now pinned the link to the chat. So, if it should be there for you to click on, there's a link there to buy me a coffee. I don't know if you can... media page, which one? Did you find the pinned comment that's got the link on, my brother? I do appreciate it. Ah, it's just come up as well. Aussie Cook, just after your comment, Nightbot has done what it's needed to do and has put the link there for you. I appreciate that, brother. And then next week, what I'll do is I'll give you a shout out as well, or anybody else that will buy me a coffee will always get a shout out on the following week's show. That is proper super tasty. Now, I am getting a lot more of the biscuity notes from this juice. Now, it isn't a custard biscuit, the juice, but it has got sort of like a biscuity pastry added to it as well, but I'm getting more of that biscuitiness and pastry taste from the juice with this build. Definitely need the airflow wide open with that one. But for, what is it they say, shits and giggles here in the UK, I will close it down 2 holes and see how it gets it. No. That definitely needs a wide open airflow. When I even closed it down those 4 holes, it was super hot. Oh yeah. Let me turn it down just a smidgen. So again, it's cloudy in here and my eyes. So I'm gonna just turn it down to the next level. So 2, 3, 4, 5. So 32. So I'm gonna put it back down to 3.2 volts. And as well, the top of that RDA is getting warm as well, getting a bit toasty for my lips. But yeah, that flavour is bringing out notes to that juice, my benchmark juice, that I haven't tasted before. So I'm going to let that, because that is pretty warm now with that build, big massive build as well. As well as it being close to the airflow, it's also close to the drip tip as well. Still smoking. Definitely. It's just all round, the juice tastes a lot better than what it is in my other stuff, should I say. So yeah, it seems to be performing all right. There we are. And that's on. A lot of people do complain about the O-rings on this. They are soft, but I like the fact that it's easier to get on and put it back on as well. Like I said in my review on this one, I've had RDAs in the past that it's hard to even get the top cap on as well as off. So it's really refreshing. That drip tips is what I remember from back in the day when they were slightly looser than what they are on some today. So I like the drip tips. Not the drip tips. I'm just going to blow my nose. There we are. Perfect. So the RDA is definitely getting warm. And it's definitely keeping up with the wicking. The wicking is perfect. Unlike the Kendo Gold that I use, obviously wicks up really quicker and there's really no breaking time. With the Kendo Gold, depending on how you wick it, it can have a slight breaking time. Since I've started doing that feathering out of the cotton, it does help a lot better as well. Let's get things here. Everything's a bit messy, but who cares? So these mics, this mic is doing pretty well. So that was a good purchase as well. It's lasted a lot longer as well. So I haven't had to put it out. I just need to check the settings for when I've got the drill going. It should drown out, obviously, the drill. But I'm hoping the sound is obviously a lot better because I haven't got any soundproofing or acoustics or and all that in my room or on my wall. So voice doesn't absorb. So me talking will bounce. So I'm hoping that obviously this purchase has made obviously my voice and the content sound a lot better. Delicious. Hell yeah, delicious. That I can't complain about one bit, and it is getting a bit cloudy in here. Let me just open that a bit more because it's getting extremely foggy. There's some rowdy coils and very, very flavoursome coils. And as you can see, I know obviously it's a regulated mod. I've pumped up the volume, but as you can see, vapor production. Let me just change up the drip tip on this. Let me put a slightly higher drip tip in this so I'm not so close to the top cap, so I've put that one on. Yeah, that's a lot better. My lips are further away from the top cap. Very tasty. So guys, any questions, anything? Anyone that's still watching have any questions about today's build, apart from obviously me vaping and saying it's absolutely spot on? So even if you don't make coils yourself, there's loads of coil makers out there that are more than happy to make you these coils as well, if it's something you want to try. Obviously, if you're not a builder like I am, like I say, there's loads of brilliant coil makers out there. Coils by Scott, Dave Coils, Coil Magician. There's loads of people here in the UK and obviously abroad that do make coils for a living. So if you can't be bothered, you know, you can always contact them and see if they'll make this particular spec for you. But yeah. Definitely has to be run wide open. So that one, that is on 3.2 volts that I have turned down. 3.2 volts just there. A lot better with that drip tip. A lot better with that drip tip. So guys, we made it. I hope you've learned a few tips from me. Obviously, getting that. Obviously, as you're building, obviously you get. It looks like you've got inconsistencies in it, which is why when I first did it, I used my nylon pliers. Sometimes that works, just going up it and flattening everything out, switching it round, flattening everything out. If it doesn't work, like I say, a nice flat solid surface with something slightly heavy and round that you can roll over it just to make it thingy. Or like me, if you've got a pasta making machine that's lying about, obviously I like to cook as well. It's one of my passions. I like to cook. And when we moved, I lost the handle and all the tools for it. So hence why I'm using it as a tool for vaping, really. Because nothing else really I can do. I haven't got all the little bits that came with it, the clamp, the handle and all that. So I'm just making use of it so it don't get wasted, basically. And it did help that coil, just running that coil through there, just made everything nice and neat. Apart from the imperfections, obviously, that were in it. Obviously, they didn't come out. But it made everything look nice and consistent and neat after running it through there. No worries, Aussie Cook. I do appreciate you guys. You guys are what make me do it. And like I say, not many people do streams where they actually make the coils. They use coils and put coils on the devices, but they don't actually make them, which isn't a bad thing. Hence why I wanted to do something different. So I appreciate it. And I'm here every week, brother. You know I am. And then obviously online. You see my posts. I see your posts when you attempt them. So, yeah. I appreciate you. Appreciate you, brother. Love. Yeah. Definitely a juice drinker as well. So hopefully next week I'll be working on some different coils. So send me suggestions, obviously, in the chat or in the comments after the live is uploaded. Or alternatively, if you follow me on social media and stuff like that, drop me a message and say, how do you feel about doing this on your live and thing? Gives me time to obviously practice it. And if I don't get to practice it, I'll probably even have a go at doing it live as well. Because sometimes stuff goes good on the live and not so good when I'm practicing and vice versa. Hence, like today, this call that I've been practicing over the week, I've probably done it about 4 times. And out of the 4 times that I did it, 3 times I screwed it up. The other time I didn't screw it up, but there was a lot of imperfections and I didn't even want to bother even vaping it. You know, I did that. But then also, like I said, I've also been practicing the quad core staggered fuse Clapton, which I did have a piece here to show you guys, just in case we did do this build as well and it went tits up. But that is my 4-core staggered fuse Clapton just there. And I did the same with that. It didn't look as good. I did run it through that pasta machine and boom. But very nice. Nice little piece of wire, nice and smooth. So that'll get used for something else, something completely different. So yeah. So what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to leave the live there. I mean, it's been a long one. There's been a lot of preparation, and obviously the build was very, very slow as well. But as you can see, all that does pay off at the end. You get to enjoy something. And another one of my favorites, I mean, I got to admit, the Fralium was my favorite, but this staggered fused, staple staggered fused Clapton, ooh, definitely one of my favorite coils, but does obviously time consuming as well. I think that's too low now. Let me pump that up just slightly more. That's a bit better. Yeah, that's a lot better. So yeah, guys, I'll leave it there. I will be here next week as scheduled, unless something happens and I can't make it. I will be here every Tuesday at 8 p.m. As you see, Nightbot has done its rounds. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment. It helps this video a lot, as YouTube doesn't like us vapors at the moment. So those likes, those comments helps push this video up to people that might want to see it as well. Don't forget to share as well with somebody who might enjoy this stream or live stream, or after the upload, the replay, and all that as well. Social media, Instagram, Facebook as well. I'm more Instagram than Facebook. Anything that I post on Instagram automatically gets posted on Facebook as well. And then obviously buy me a coffee link if you want to and if you wish to do so. So I've got a couple of clicks, guys, before I can end the stream. So I'll leave it there, guys. Thanks for joining. It means the world to me. You keep me behind here and you keep me here every week. I do appreciate it. So I will see you on the next one, guys. Don't forget to vape safe, and I'll see you on the next one. Love and respect, guys.